After an unexpected week off, Google Pixel Frauen-Bundesliga leaders Bayern München are back in action to raise the curtain on Matchday 17. The Dreisam-Stadion provides the backdrop, SC Freiburg provide the opposition. The three-time defending champions from Bavaria, unbeaten since October of 2024 in the league. It's a dominant run of 28 wins and 3 draws, with Frankfurt, Jena and tonight's hosts Freiburg the only teams to take points off the standard setters of German women's football. But if Bayern have a bogey team, it's Freiburg. If they have a bogey stadium, it's the Dreisam-Stadion. The last 2 league meetings between these two sides at this ground both ended in 2-2 draws. The question tonight is, can Freiburg go one better as we kick off the weekend's action? James Surrogate, your match commentator, and delighted to have the pleasure of your company for what promises to be an entertaining Friday night spectacle under the floodlights. These two teams tend to produce good games, and while Freiburg's record against Bayern does not make for pretty reading, there have been some really positive performances against the undisputed #1 team in German women's football. Bayern had their game against Jena last weekend postponed. The question tonight is, will it be an advantage with them well rested and well prepared, or will it be potentially a disadvantage given the lack of rhythm they've been able to establish at the start of the new year? There is a chance for Freiburg to seize an opportunity. Tonight they could move into the European qualification places with a win. This a Friday night fixture that could set the tone for the whole weekend in Germany's top flight. Bayern München never have it easy against SC Freiburg. Head coach Jose Barkala warning that his charges have to be on it against a side capable of punishing mistakes. Tonight's hosts were producing top 3 form at the start of the season before a streak of inconsistency struck. Nevertheless, they could move above third-place Leverkusen on this weekend, while Bayern, with Wolfsburg's game against Werder Bremen postponed, could move 9 points clear at the summit of the Frauen-Bundesliga. Bit of rock and roll in the build-up. This game under the Friday night floodlights. A look at the lineup. And Freiburg head coach Edmond Kaplani able to strengthen a winning side after beating Hamburg 2-0 last time out. Goalkeeper Laura Benkart faces her former side, having made 73 appearances in a 5-year spell with Bayern. The sole change sees Nia Zenk return from suspension, which means Greta Stegemann doesn't have to fill an unfamiliar role at right back for a second weekend running. Naomi Breyer, our referee this evening, As for the visitors lineup, following an extra week off, due to their trip to Jena being postponed, Bayern head coach Jose Barkla makes no less than 4 changes to the side that beat Leipzig 3-0 in their first game of the new year. 3 of those 4 changes come in the back 4, as Glorius Vigosdottir, Vanessa Gilles and Caroline Simon are replaced by Stina Balisaya, Magdalena Eriksson and Franziska Kett. Elsewhere, Ariana Caruso drops to the bench, which shifts Momoko Tanikawa into holding midfield alongside Georgia Stanway. Pernilla Harder drops into the 10 role, while Jovana Damjanovic is the other fresh face, slotting in as the lone striker. And there she is, Miss Damjanovic. Just 3 goals to her name this season, but she is someone that brings that winning mentality and the work ethic demanded at the highest level to the table every time she takes to the pitch. She will dovetail with the technical brilliance of that woman, Pernilla Harder, behind her. We will rock you, the message from the stadium DJ tonight at the Dreisamstadion. Gotta appreciate the mind games. From the snow of Munich to the rain of Freiburg, the Google Pixel Frauen-Bundesliga table toppers Bayern München are back in action after a stop-start opening to 2026. The Dreisamstadion providing the backdrop, SC Freiburg providing the opposition, as the Bavarians look to seize a chance to move 9 points clear of Wolfsburg at the summit of the standings. James Thorogood, your match commentator, delighted to have the pleasure of your company on this Friday evening for what is the opening act of Matchday 17 in Germany's top flight. This a game that almost always delivers a bit of a spectacle. And if you're wondering why there's a mooted atmosphere, well, there is an ongoing protest from the fans of Frauen-Bundesliga teams who are united against Monday night matches. You can see the banner top right of your screen, gegen Montagsspiele, against Monday matches. The message being sent loud and clear. The first 14 minutes of all games at the start of this new year have been hit with this silent Stimmung, as they like to call it here in Germany. Make no mistake, if Freiburg get a chance, though, these home fans will break. So will the Bayern contingent that have made the trip. As Buhl sends an early free kick in. And Stanway from range sends one wide. An early sight of goal for the side that have made the trip to the Black Forest. It's about a 4.5-hour drive all told. Takes a similar time on the train as well. But something tells me on this Friday night, Bayern will certainly have a crop of fans ready to get behind them. When the atmosphere does break and resume normal service, it was Edmond Kaplani, the Freiburg head coach, that talked about his side needing to lay the right foundation with the backing of their fans in the opening exchanges. And that, of course, is harder to do when they are staying silent. Bayern, a side that do like to come on strong early doors. Edmond Kaplani will be well aware of that fact. If his side can withstand any early pressure, then they might have chances to seize themselves. Svenja Fumli has scored 2 goals in her last 2 appearances against Bayern. One was in that 2-2 draw back in September of 2023. First of 2 4-goal draws between these two sides here at the Dreisamstadion. There was another meeting in the DFB Pokal, which ended in a 2-1 win for Bayern, but again, a game in which they didn't have it easy. Kurt Sakai now of Wolfsburg scored a stunning effort that proved nothing more than a consolation in the end. But Bayern well warned of how difficult it is to come to this ground and take all 3 points. They've battled well there to win the ball off of Nia Senken. Clara Bühl, having won it back, can now run it forward. She is the assist queen of the Frauen-Bundesliga, looking to take on Senk, who did well to stand her ground there, the young right back, returning from suspension. Following her sending off in the 1-0 loss to Köln. She will have her hands full with the best German women's player in the business, Clara Bühl, having a sensational season. The numbers she is putting up are absolutely ridiculous. In a good way, of course. Bayern build out wide and harder with the header to test Laura Benkart early. Other goalkeepers would have crumbled in that situation, but Benkart stands strong, the former Bayern keeper. She will be busy tonight, but a keeper of her quality can certainly keep Bayern at bay. Here they come again, though. Franziska Kett. Oh, lovely dummy from Damjanovic. Is just a touch long for Harder. That would have been absolutely delightful. This one, though, would have been a normal bread and butter finish for a woman of Pernille Harder's quality, especially given her aerial prowess. And not a bad idea in getting it down low at the feet of Benkart, but again, Freiburg keeper did well. Clara Bühl, of course, setting all the standards this season, and her footballing education can be credited to tonight's hosts. It was here with Freiburg that she really burst onto the scene before joining Bayern back in 2020, and she's just gone from strength to strength to strength since then. She's not the only Bayern player with a Freiburg past. There's no doubt that Freiburg take a little bit of pride in what Clara Bühl has managed to achieve. Right now, Bayern exacting a lot of control on the game, carving out their chances. That's a lovely ball in behind for Bühl, but if anything, she was making the run inside. The ball went wide, and the opportunity just petering out in the end there. Now a chance for Freiburg to build, and the fans sense that they might need to get behind their side, having to withstand a lot of early pressure. And that will be the story of this Friday night for them, but they are a side that, as mentioned, have proven in the past that they can't just withstand the pressure, but they can excel in it as well, because any point won for Freiburg against the overwhelming favourites that are FC Bayern München. Seen as a huge, huge bonus. You have to go back to October of 2024 for their last league defeat. Since then, 28 wins, 3 draws. The only team they've dropped points against this season, and I have a chuckle in my voice when I say it, because it's bottom of the table Carl Zeiss Jena. Of all the sides that have taken points off of Jose Barcla's charges, how is it the team that are struggling to even pick up points in the first place? I mean, it was a historic result, and they withstood an almighty Bayern onslaught, but Bayern simply couldn't find the finishing touch on that occasion. And it really was Bayern who had to lay the blame at their own feet for the fact they didn't take 3 points in that one. Yes, Jena rode their luck. Yes, their keeper made a string of good saves, as well as any goalkeeper has to do when coming up against the attacking prowess of this incredibly talented Bayern side. Just to point out, 52 goals in their last 12 games in the league, Bayern. If you do the quick maths, so a minimum of 4 per game, on average. There is the Spaniard. I have to think that he's enjoying his first season on the Bayern hot seat, and so far so good. Dominating domestically, both in the league and looking good in the cup as well, Bayern. The reigning title holders in the DFB Pokal set to face Hamburg in the quarterfinals on the 11th of March. Again, a game in which they will be the overwhelming favourites, even if they are on foreign soil. Will be quite the occasion at the Volksparkstadion. Probably anticipate another sellout crowd at that wonderful stadium. And of course in the Champions League looking good as well. Yes, they had that embarrassing 7-1 defeat to Barcelona in their opening game of the league phase, but by the end of it, they finished 4th to skip a round of playoff matches. They know that their opponents will be either Man United or Atletico Madrid, who they have already faced once this season, drawing 2-2 in the Spanish capital. That will be in the the quarterfinals of that competition. And that game already confirmed, set to take place at the Allianz Arena, which will open its doors once again. The last time it opens its doors, Bayern produced a stunning come-from-behind 3-2 win against the Champions League title holders Arsenal. Pernille Harder, the star of the show on that particular occasion. We're waiting for someone to emerge tonight as Bull sends a ball in, but blocked behind for another corner. Bayern are probing, but they're not really getting much purchase in the final third. Outside of that, Pernille Harder header, and a chance at a cutback that was just too far in front of her. Freiburg doing well to stifle Bayern's efforts, and we're just under 2 minutes away from the atmosphere resuming normal service here at the Dreisamstadion, though a Clara Bull corner to defend first. Dangerous, and Benkart had to punch. Gwyn looking to latch onto it. Bit of head tennis with Gwyn and Harder. Oh, Gwyn, that's a lovely touch. Back to Stanway it goes, who looks to float it in. They've got women over, and now Balisaya! Oh, what a chance for Bayern. On the edge of the 6-yard box, Stina Balisaya couldn't keep the effort down. Half volley, just got underneath it. Glorious opportunity for Bayern to break the deadlock, and their Danish centre-back can't get what would have been her second goal of the season. Well, when talking about what his side needed to maybe get a positive result tonight, Edmond Kaplani, the Freiburg head coach, talked about commitment and a little bit of luck. He also said that his side have to be hellwach defensively, which means incredibly alert, but said he also wanted them to find moments to stick a needle in Bayern going forward, if I use a loose translation of what he actually said in his press conference in German. But ultimately he wants them to seize their opportunities when presented to get forward, to try and carve out opportunities in front of goal. Now the countdown for the break of the atmosphere. Enjoy it, ladies and gentlemen. Harder, playing it out to Buhl. Cut back from Clara Buhl, and again she's looking for a teammate. Pass behind everyone. Franziska Kett scrapping away to keep the chance alive, does well. Bayern looking for a chance just to reset, but they've got every single player inside the Freiburg half right now, with the exception, of course, of goalkeeper Ina Mahmutovic, who we have not seen anything of so far tonight. Daumann closed down quickly by Egli. Back to Balisaio, who had that incredible chance. Damjanovic, ever the glue from that lone striker role, loves to keep things stuck together and link it all up for Bayern. Tanikawa, tonight in a deeper role in holding midfield alongside Georgia Stanway. Having a great season, Tanikawa, 7 goals to her name. Cross comes in, but that's routine stuff for Laura Benkart. Is a former Bayern goalkeeper, but she did come through the academy with Freiburg, spent 10 years on the books before moving to Munich, then went to Lyon, the all-time record title holders in the Women's Champions League. But now she is back with her youth club, her Herzensverein, as she calls it, the club of her heart, and a real gem in goal for Edmond Kaplani. Brings a real quality with her, Laura Benkart, given her experience. She's approaching 200 appearances for Freiburg in all competitions. That will be quite the milestone moment for her. 5 clean sheets this season. What she would give for number 6 to be against Bayern. The pass just a touch long for Lisa Karl. Stand up for the SCF, SC Freiburg. Little 3-letter code used to annotate the club. There's a big part of German footballing tradition when it comes to stadium chants. Franziska Kett. If you have not heard the name Franziska Kett, then you clearly have not been paying attention to what's been going on in German women's football, domestically and on the international circuit, in the last 12 months or so. Go back to that Nations League final against Spain, and for me, she was Germany's best player over both legs of that final. And again, she started her career as a more attack-minded player, but this shift that she's undergone to become one of the most complete fullbacks, whether she plays on the left wing or the right wing, is quite remarkable, it has to be said, and it's a real upgrade for Bayern, a real upgrade for the German national team as well. But here's her counterpart Gwyn on the right flank, finding space. Chance to cross, and Damjanovic was the target, cut out by Julia Stierli, and Lila Egli lets it bounce to get the clearance, and now Svenja firmly backing down. Balisaio just loses out the young Swiss striker. Firmly, who set up the first goal and scored the second of Freiburg's 2-0 win against Hamburg last time out, which incidentally was Freiburg's 200th win all-time in their Frauen-Bundesliga history. A bit of a milestone for the club from Germany's picturesque southwest. This stadium on the outskirts of the Black Forest. Wonderful part of the world, known for its gatos and cuckoo clocks. Buhl looks to feed the run of Kett, but good defending again. This time from Lisa Kolb. Freiburg having to do a lot of it. We are not seeing the hosts get forward very much, but then again, the longer they can keep this game at 0-0, the happier they will be. And the more chances they might have of landing the lucky punch to really spring their surprise that they've come so close to in the league on the last two Bayern visits. But again, how many teams have taken points off of Bayern in their last two home games against the Bavarian powerhouses? In this incredible run of 31 games unbeaten, which incidentally is 13 short of the record held by Bayern, set before that loss to Wolfsburg in October of 2024. But Freiburg, one of just 3 teams that have taken points off Bayern since then. Eintracht Frankfurt and, of all teams, Karl Zeiss Jena are the other 2. And if you look at Bayern's away form as well, 12 straight wins since that 2-2 draw against Freiburg November of last year. Excuse me, actually, no, November of 2024. Let me get my maths right, because of course we are now in 2026 after all. For Bayern, a bit of a stop-start beginning to the year. There was heavy snow, both pre-match and during the first half of their 3-0 win against Leipzig. And it did play a part in the conditions. Jose Barkla talking about the pride he had in his side's ability to adapt, because precision passing in his eyes was not possible due to the snow on the ground and the way it was collecting on the ball. Tonight, pre-match, the heavens opened, but luckily the rain has subsided. Bayern battling the elements as they've now got another corner here. And here is the beauty of someone like Clara Buhl, the fact that she is one of the most two-footed players in the world. She can take corners from both flanks with both feet. Oh, that delivery, a bit of a letdown, but it might work out for Kett here. Shapes up for the shot, Franziska Kett. And there was a body between ball and goal. But perhaps a sign of the frustration for Bayern so far. They've been limited in terms of their chances, though admittedly the ones they have carved out have been really good. Pernille Harder with a close-range header, and then Stina Balisaya with a close-range effort from the edge of the 6-yard box on the half volley that just ballooned over the bar. But Edmond Kaplani called for his side to be incredibly alert defensively, and so far, so good in that respect. But doing it for a full 90 minutes against Bayern is a whole different story. Oh, lovely play. Stanway with the shots. It looked like it was going wide. Now she is on her farewell tour in the second half of this season, Georgia Stanway, after announcing that she will be leaving Bayern in the summer. Destination still unknown, though. I think everyone is quite confident that it's going to be England. It's just which club will secure her services. Everyone will be clamouring for her signature, no doubt. Such a shame to lose her, but have to appreciate the time we've had with Georgia Stanway in the Frauen-Bundesliga. Booth's corner headed clear at the near post. Stanway can't bring it under her spell there, and it's a long ball that will be chased down. Ena Mahmutovic with a rare touch here, with just under 24 minutes played. Bayern looking to build again, and it almost broke for Linda Daumann. Swept away in the end. Nicole Ojukwu immediately closed down by 2, and well, the clearance wasn't convincing, but Ingebjørg Ziodadottir able to complete it in the end. But again, all that does for Freiburg is give the ball back to Bayern. It allows them to build another phase of pressure here. So we approach the half-hour mark. 5 shots so far for Bayern as Damjanovic looks to get in behind, though. There was a big hint of offside against the Serbian striker. Well, one big save already so far for Laura Benkart, but she might be a touch surprised that it's only one. Now Freiburg able just to get their foot on the ball a bit here. Have a spell of possession of their own. These will be so important, in terms of building confidence, but also creating chances. But then one long ball goes astray, it completely breaks down, and that's that with their attacking advances for the time being. In that sense, while they have been defensively disciplined, and you can give them credit for that, they're making life a little too easy for Bayern when it comes to winning the ball back. Now Gwyn closed down by Egli. Little chop and change, and Gwyn, lovely delivery. Daumann, Harder's there, and it's in. Freiburg proving a tough nut to crack, but cracked they are. A little scrappy in the end from Pernille Harder, but she won't care one jot. 8 goals in her last 8 league games for Pernille Harder. But in the end, the credit goes to Julia Gwyn. The twist, the turn, the cross was dangerous. Daumann kept it alive. It does take a deflection off of Ziodadottir, but this will be Pernille Harder's goal. And unfortunately for Freiburg, it's the same old story. Almost half an hour of really good, hard work comes undone in the blink of an eye as Pernille Harder gets her 8th of the season. The chant from the home crowd, let's go. Freiburg fight and win. And they will fight till the bitter end, make no mistake about that, Freiburg. As Harder gives the ball away, a little push from Ojukwu, but football is a physical sport after all. That was well played in the end from Selina Vorbian, as she just in the nick of time spotted the challenge from Stanway coming. Yeah, there's no foul in that. I understand that she's pushed off, but Harder had already lost the ball. at that point. That's a nice one over the top for Lisa Karl, who's not closed down. Can she pick out a cross? And Mahmutovic spills it. Chance still alive here with Egli. She looked just to dart past Dahlmann. Now back to Karl, who has space again to cross. Lisa Karl to Egli. Two in the middle, wait. Oh, one goes down. It's Selina Vorbian who's clutching her foot. Didn't look like there was enough for a penalty in the mix there, truth be told. Even if there was contact. But I guess that's our first signs of life from Freiburg in front of goal tonight. Just under half an hour played. A response to falling behind, but still we wait on their first shot of this game. It took 6 for Bayern to get the opener. Here is the goal scorer, Hard, a lovely first touch. Oh, well. She still had possession, could have been allowed to go on. I think it was Edmond Kaplani's there saying, you don't need to do Bayern any favours. Here the chance, Mahmutovic spilled, and Firmly was so close to being right place, right time. She is a wonderful striker with real goal-scoring instincts, Svenja Firmly, but there's a big but or if at the end of that sentence, because it's if she's fit. Because she has one of the worst injury records I think I've ever seen in the Frauen-Bundesliga. Clara Bühl looking for Harder, and it wasn't far away from finding the Danish star striker. Benkart's early release is straight out of play for a throw-in, and Edmond Kaplani immediately having words with his experienced goalkeeper there. Because again, it's just a cheap concession of possession that plays right into Bayern's hands. Bühl, oh, what a flick. Harder. Sweet turn. And Bühl, oh, it would have been so intricate. In the end, I think Bühl was just caught on the heels by a lovely reverse pass, but it did ask a lot of her. Bühl delivers. Damjanovic dips to try and get ahead on the ball, but unsuccessful in that attempt. Foot races on, but tough one for Nietsink there, 1-on-3. And there, examples of the Bayern dominance. Just over half an hour played, and they are smashing it in every statistical department possible. And while Freiburg are not doing enough to disrupt here, Bayern aren't exactly turning this dominance into free-flowing goal-scoring action. But that is because Freiburg are trying to keep things compact at the back. Bühl, the type of player that can really unlock teams. Dahlmann, another neat flick, and it opens for Tanikawa. Egli got there in the nick of time, but then a heavy touch off her thigh, slowing her roll. Foul by Linda Dahlmann there on Lisa Karl. Busquets. Bayern are dipping into their bag of tricks in a bid to break Freiburg down. Some of them are coming off, some of them are not. That move breaks down with Benkar able to collect. Just over 10 minutes to play in what has been a very engaging first half, but it really is playing out as one-way traffic, and we're seeing the same thing over and over again. Bayern coming forward, trying to break Freiburg down, and if they do, they get a chance at the end of it. If they don't, they're repelled momentarily. Freiburg maybe get a few touches of the ball, and then Bayern reset, restart, and start chipping away. And this is it. The onus is on Freiburg, and it always was, even at 0-0, even at 1-0 down, to really do something to disrupt Bayern. And while they're defending diligently, they're not being disruptive enough. Eriksson to Balisaya, who will be breathing a little easier now that her big miss doesn't look as costly. A reminder that the game between Werder Bremen and Wolfsburg that was due to take place in the early kickoff slot tomorrow has been postponed due to snow-hit conditions at Platz 11. Gwyn, oh, that was teasing to the back post, but there was no one really there to capitalise. For Wolfsburg, it's the second postponement of 2026. They had a game against Jena called off as well, moved to March. Bayern's game against Jena is right now scheduled to take place in midweek on Wednesday. But again, I'm not sure whether the Jena pitch has actually been given the green light yet. And unfortunately, some of the football pitches that we use in the Frauen-Bundesliga don't quite have the undersoil heating and the infrastructure in place to cope with the wintry conditions. That's why postponements aren't a common occurrence, but they're not a surprise either. Oh, the offside flag is up. A rare chance for Freiburg to get forward, and that's where they have to be so clinical and concise. They can't make life easy for Bayern by breaking down their own attacking advances. It will require discipline from someone like Svenja Fumli to stay on side, but now is it Bayern down the other end that have fallen foul of the same trap? Of course, we don't have any semi-automated offside technology or any goal line technology, VAR, in the Frauen-Bundesliga, though there continue to be calls for it to be implemented at some point. But again, easier said than done, given the lack of infrastructure for certain clubs. Bayern have to be very patient, but they're just so comfortable playing the ball around. Now Damjanovic can't meet the cross, which is pumped clear by Lisa Karl. But again, to no one. Oh, well, they're gifted a free kick there, rather generous decision against Clara Bu. in her tangle with Selina Vorbian. Yeah, there was not a lot of a foul in there from Clara Bou, in all honesty. A momentary reprieve for the home side. And now they've got to throw it. They've got to make something of a moment like this before half-time, just to at least play in the minds of these Bayern players, who will be well aware of the threats that Freiburg pose, given the recent results against them, especially here at the Dreisamstadion. They'll know that 1-0 is not a foregone conclusion for all 3 points here. But Freiburg do need to do more to just cast a little doubt on the circumstances. Damjanovic, the target woman. Worked out well now to the left, where there is space for Buhl and Kett to do damage. Harder pointing to where she wants it, but the pass behind her took a touch of a Freiburg play on its way through. Still. Meritfelder. Ojukwu. Freiburg starting to come out of their shell since falling behind. Still, you can tell there's this hesitation, there's this reticence to take too many risks. And I guess that's okay in the first half, but at some point they're going to have to chance their arm. That might be the message from Edmond Kapelani, their head coach, at half-time. Let's hold it down for another 15 minutes, hope we're still just 1-0 behind, and then let's take the game to the team that this season are chasing the status of joint record title holders in the Frauen-Bundesliga era, one currently held by Wolfsburg and 1. FFC Frankfurt. Those two teams with 7 titles to their name in the Frauen-Bundesliga era. Bayern with 6. When I talk about the start of the Frauen-Bundesliga era, it's worth pointing out that that's in reference to the start of the single division era in 1997. Germany's top flight used to be split up into north and south. Oh, that's a good chance at Buhl. Well, she's a delight with the ball at her feet. She's not bad in the air either. Tests Benkart, but nothing more. Clearly there is a good contingent of fans that have made the trip from Munich. You can hear the chant of Munich's true love in the background, München's wahre Liebe. Marauding forward. Cross proved challenging for both the Freiburg backline and her Bayern teammates there. It was her cross that ultimately led to the opening goal. I don't think Edmond Kapelani will be tempted into making any changes at half-time. There's a lot that he can appreciate about his side's performance defensively. It's going forward. They've fallen really flat. Now Karl has to bust a gut. Can't close the gap. Cross into a dangerous area, but no one there to meet it in black for Bayern. Now harder. To Ket. Pool on the corner of the box. Stanway. Little pocket of space. Ket. Very intricate from Bayern. Stanway, cheeky chip over the top, and well, Harder was in the right place, but she actually misread the flight of the ball there, which, truth be told, you don't expect from Pernilla Harder too often. They won't be the first team to suffer the fate Freiburg, but right now we're a couple of seconds or maybe a minute removed from them going an entire first half without a shot on goal here on home soil. This is the closest they've actually come to Mahmutovic's goal. There is a back pass to the Bayern keeper. Unfortunately, it's Bayern's work and not Freiburg's that have got them there. High press, they could force something. Mahmutovic is under pressure. That's not a good clearance. Felder's there. Felder to Firmly. Here's the chance for Firmly. Follow-up is in from Kolb! Out of absolutely nothing! Freiburg are level on the stroke of half-time. 44 minutes without a shot on goal. Two come along in quick succession. Mahmutovic's poor clearance forces her to deny Firmly, but Lisa Kolb is there on the follow-up to make it 1-1 with the last kick of the first half. Freiburg are a side that never know when they're beaten. If Bayern have a bogey team, then it is Freiburg. It's 1-1 at half-time. It's all to play for the Dreisamstadion. What a turn of events at the end of the first half. From the Freiburg fans having virtually nothing to cheer about, to a precious equalizer on the stroke of half-time, courtesy of Lisa Kolb. Mahmutovic doesn't cover herself in glory. At the break, it's Freiburg 1, Bayern 1. Hello and welcome back everyone to the Dreisam Stadion for this Friday night match under the floodlights in Freiburg. A side who are level as we get into the second half after scoring with the last kick of the first half to cancel out Pernille Harder's 8th goal of the season, which looked to be set to give Bayern a half-time lead. But Lisa Kolb, after a poor clearance from Ena Mahmutovic, was seized upon by Freiburg. Lisa Kolb, after Svenja Firmli's initial effort, was saved, turning home on the rebound. And as a result, it's all to play for in the second half. Bayern only have themselves to blame for it being level and having not exacted their dominance with more goals. But Freiburg back in the game with the final kick of the first half. Lisa Kolb's equalizer means it's all square at the start of the second as Freiburg, Bayern's arguably one and only bogey team, if you can call them that, continue to spring surprises against the Bavarians. 2.5 years ago, here at the Dreisam Stadion, it was Svenja Firmli who scored in the 96th minute with the last kick of the game to secure a 2-2 draw against Bayern. The following match between these two sides at this ground also ended in a 2-2 draw. On that occasion, it was a late goal from Bayern and Weronika Zawistowska that settled affairs. And today, it's a late goal in the first half from Lisa Kolb that's leveled the scores, but there is still a long way to go for the home side, who didn't have a single shot for 44 minutes. Had 2 in the space of 10 seconds, and as a result, found an equaliser. Now they're looking for a goal to put them in front. A Juku to take. It goes back post. Firmli is there, and she was ready to pounce had it not been taken off her head by Franziska Kett. Brilliant defending by Kett, because Firmli had her name written all over that. But now another chance from a dead ball situation. A Juku to take again. Plenty of red and white shirts to aim for. Couple in the 6-yard box, couple on the penalty spot. Movement now. Again goes long from a Juku. Again it was towards Firmli. This time it's over her head, but a foul in the box on Jovana Damjanovic. Brings an end to the opportunity for the home side. Oh, Stanway, she's giving it away to Felder. Felder, can she get the cross in? It's a bit of a lack of support, and she can't find the ball to Karl, and as a result, again, things break down for Freiburg, but given the ball, well, hold on, this second half is taking on a very different complexion. Roles reversing, because it was all Bayern in the first half, and now Freiburg are coming on strong at the second. The rain is pouring now at the Dreisam Stadion. Edmond Kaplani's words ringing in the ears of his Freiburg players. Stierli tangling with Damjanovic, who holds off the challenge and holds the run. Still going Damjanovic, looking for Harder! Well saved by Benkart. And Damjanovic there dazzling as the architect, doing all the hard work out wide, put it on a plate for Harder. Angle was against her, still had a lot of work to do. Bayern's goal scorer tonight, but couldn't bag her brace at the start of the second half. Felder. Lack of options, urged to go for goal, but she was always leaning back. Perhaps evidence of why she was reticent to take the shot on in the first place, Merit Felder. This is very different from Freiburg, though. Kaplani clearly has tweaked things. Asked his side to be more courageous, more ambitious going forward, because we saw virtually nothing from them. But that is what an equaliser on the stroke of half-time could do. His team talk would have changed entirely, because Freiburg, the game plan was clear. Absorb the pressure, look for the lucky punch. They absorbed pressure for 44 minutes, they conceded once, and then they landed a lucky punch that will have given Jose Barcola cause for concern. He warned the Spaniard that Freiburg are a high-quality team, one that can punish mistakes, and that's exactly what they did. Aina Mahmutovic had nothing to do all half. I think she'd barely even had a touch of the ball, let alone been involved. But then one little bit of high pressure from Freiburg, and she tried to clear the ball. It was very unconvincing, went straight to Merit Felder. Felder found Firmly. Firmly tested Mahmutovic. He thought Firmly was going to score. Just when he thought the chance might dissipate entirely, Lisa Kolb was there to turn home on the rebound. Ah, that was the wrong pass. Firmly was clearly offside. Forbian was making a much better run, though admittedly the pass would have been very difficult to find her. But this is it, we were asking the question before the game started. Bayern, their postponed match against Jena, was it a disadvantage or an advantage? Because of course they were well rested, they were well prepared for this game, having had an extra week off. At the same time, Freiburg are in rhythm and Bayern aren't in 2026. Bühl. Oh, Clara Bühl against her former club. Decides to provide a bit of menace on her own. Shot dragged just wide, but it took a touch, goes behind for a corner. She will be the corner taker. 12 assists already in the Frauen-Bundesliga this season. All chance at another, but the glancing flick there from Eriksson, well wide. Well, with the exception of the goal that she conceded, Laura Benkart was only ever forced into 2 saves by Bayern, and she made both well. One to deny a Pernilla Harder header, the other to deny a Clara Bühl header. Now we're starting to see Bayern re-establish their grip on the game. Again, Harder. It's a lovely first touch just to shield the ball away, and Bühl can take on Senk. Bühl looking for Damjanovic, and Stierli is there. Egli with the clearance to no one, and ill-advised moments for Freiburg that they clearly haven't learned from in the first half. Stanway looks for the 1-2, but Karl picks it off. Now can they move the ball quickly and vertically? Lovely run being made by the goal scorer Kolb, and were it not for Magdalena Eriksson cutting out that Felder pass, Freiburg would have been in free flow. They reset now with Nia Senk, looking for her captain Lisa Karl, but that was a difficult pass to deal with, especially with the rain pouring and the ball skipping off the turf now at the Dreisamstadion. The weather will play its part in proceedings, as it did for Bayern in their first game back in 2026, when the Bayern campus was pounded by snowfall long before the game and long into the first half. Tanikawa, but Bayern's players do such a good job of that. A ball that breaks the lines and they just take it on the turn in stride. Gwyn to Daumann. Lovely little turn from Daumann, and again to the byline. Ow, she just overran it in the end. She did everything right and then somehow didn't produce the cross at the end of it. cuts that one out well. And make no mistake, this is panning out to be one of the sternest tests that Bayern have faced this season so far. Ket, lovely ball from Bühl. Ket picks out Daumann. Oh, lovely from Linda Daumann. Oh, Damjanovic blocking her own teammate's shot. Oh, that was absolutely delightful from Linda Daumann. At the same time, you can make the argument she should have played the ball out wide. I think it was Pernille Harder that had just peeled away. But that little dummy, the drop of the shoulder from Daumann. Oof. Have to appreciate moments like that. Yeah, good pressure there from Siadadotic, and Kaplani praising it from the sidelines. Vorbian then did well to make a lot out of a little as she draws the foul from the Bayern captain tonight, Georgia Stanway. Made the statement, of course, that she wants to say goodbye with as many titles as possible, Georgia Stanway. Set to leave in the summer, and it will be a shame to see her go. But you have to appreciate what will be 3 seasons we had with her on the Bayern books. Just such a brilliant midfielder to watch play football. Really bought into the Bayern vision and philosophy. She's been a key leader for Alexander Strauss and now Jose Barkla as well. I tell you what, whoever gets her signature is going to be a very, very lucky club indeed. The tenacity, the winning mentality, the leadership qualities of the painted lady that is Georgia Stanway, who has found a real passion for the art of tattoos since moving to Munich. And many of her Bayern teammates have since been tattooed by Georgia Stanway as a result. Some more might get involved with her set to leave the club. Oh, Tanikawa, technically gifted, but the space too tight there. Ket now, well played by Bayern to break the press here. They've got freedom to work with now at the Dreisamstadion as Harder bursts forward. No foul. Gwyn is wide open. Tees it back across. Goal! Harder starts the move. Harder finishes the move. It's her second goal of the evening, and Bayern's lead is restored. Freiburg taking more risks in the second half, being more courageous. But that was the first time that Bayern have really broke the high press from the home side. And when they broke it, so much space, so much freedom to work with. And Harder, the initiator. Lovely ball out wide to Gwyn. Gwyn just stood it up and Harder went, thank you very much. She missed an earlier header, she wasn't going to miss a second. 9 goals for the season. All have come in her last 8 league appearances. She is a woman in fine goal-scoring form, Pernille Harder. And she's found another here against Freiburg. Of course, it was a strange start to the season for Pernille Harder. Injury hit. She was still dealing with a bit of a knock that she was carrying from the Euros in the summer. Nevertheless, it was rather eyebrow-raising that she failed to score in her first 6 appearances of the Frauen-Bundesliga season. Since then, she's come on really strong. She drew blanks against Leverkusen and Leipzig, but after a brace against Nürnberg and another here tonight. That is 9 goals in her last 8 league outings, and she might get a chance at a hat-trick, but Bühl here. Bühl forced wide, and what a recovering challenge there from Ciudad. She's barely put a foot wrong at the back, though. Admittedly, she could have got tighter to harder for that second goal. Just stood off her and was more concerned about the retreat than the marking of one of the most dangerous strikers. Oh, so close to getting on the end of that cross for her hat-trick. Hearing that as we hit the hour mark at the Dreisamstadion, Freiburg set to respond to falling behind again with a triple change. And their confirmation of it. Madge Schneider, Tessa Blumenberg and Luca Birkolz are the players coming on. Svenja firmly not able to add to the 2 goals she scored in her last 2 league appearances against Bayern. Birkolz, the like-for-like replacement up front. Meanwhile, it is the goalscorer Lisa Kolb. They're the number 22 who comes off to be replaced by Blumenberg. And Lele Egli is the 3rd and final departure for the hosts. Freiburg just need to do what they've done once already. Find a bolt from the blue. Final kick of the first half from Lisa Kolb produced one. And again, they'll be aware, as will Bayern, that a 2-1 lead is anything but secure. Oh, loose pass. Just about keeps Bayern in possession. The Freiburg fans trying to get behind their side. Hearing that we've got an attendance of just under 7,000 tonight. Wonderful turnout on a rain-hit Friday night. Bühl now round the corner for Kett. Again, Ciudad with a lovely slide challenge. One of the things as a defender, you've got to love nights like tonight. The rain hitting the pitch, and you just know that slide tackles will be a little bit smoother. A little bit more eye-catching. Bühl turns away from Tseng, just loses out in the end though. Ena Mahmutovic. Life as a Bayern goalkeeper is often quite comfortable. I mean, this season alone, 8 clean sheets kept in 10 league outings. She had a little spell on the sidelines with injury. Tonight, the goal scored by Lisa Kolb in Freiburg, only the 3rd she's conceded in the Frauen-Bundesliga. If you want to go and look at her whole Bayern career, 20 clean sheets in 36 games for the club. 28 goals conceded, and it's worth noting, or I should say 29 now, including tonight's, but it's worth noting that 7 of those goals were scored by Barcelona in 1 game. She admits that her dad always wanted her to be an outfield player, but she has found a home for herself in goal. And if she does have one real weakness in the game, it is with the ball at her feet. And it's certainly an area that she's improved in since moving to Bayern, but tonight, flashbacks to some of her previous individual errors that have cost both club and country. Just got put under pressure, and the clearance really just... She could have put it out of touch for a throw-in. You know, we were seconds away from the half-time whistle. Bayern were 1-0 up. She puts it out for a throw, and maybe the half-time whistle is blown, but instead she got the clearance all wrong, straight to Felder. From there, Freiburg did find a way to punish. As Jose Barkala, the Bayern head coach, predicted, they might, can, or would in the end. Freiburg just have to keep things tight and keep themselves in this game at 2-1. Blumenberg to Senk. And they have to look for moments like this. Oh, Birkoltz did well to assert herself against Palisaya, but in the end she didn't get the touch on the ball that was right there at her tips of her toes. Seemingly it felt. She just needed to raise the knee a bit more, it felt like. My goodness. I mean, Senk did really well to put that right into the mix. More commitment from Birkoltz there. And we're talking about 2-2. And how can you not be fully committed in the game against Bayern? How can you not just throw your body at that, thinking, come on, we've barely had any chances in front of goal. I've just got to give everything I've got. That's the commitment that Kaplani was talking about. Type of moment that if it stays 2-1, Freiburg will look back on with regret. In the same way that Bayern only had themselves to blame for being level at half-time because they were dominant and a scrappy goal at the end of it all. And their two best chances, both headed efforts, both virtually at Laura Benkart. But here they come again with Harder. Senk recovers in the nick of time, but has conceded another corner. Bayern racking them up in that regard. Whipped in by Poole, flicked on, Balisaya! Oh, this time she draws a save out of Benkart, something that she failed to do with her golden opportunity in the first half. But again, relatively routine save for a goalkeeper of Laura Benkart's quality and experience. Jose Barkala prowling that technical area. Clearly not content with what he's seen from his side so far, which is understandable. Matt Schneider chasing a bit of a lost cause here for Freiburg, though they're going to have to keep doing that and hope that maybe they find something like Blumenberg has here against Poole. Lovely from Blumenberg, and still here Freiburg have to turn it into something. Oh, Poole, that's a foul on Senk, bundled her over entirely. And that will be the end of Clara Boo's evening. Her last involvement against her former club is a foul on the Etsenk. Unable to add to her 12 assists this season, but again, such a dynamic and dangerous player at all times. But it's not often you see her brought off with 20 minutes to play here. Big decision made by Jose Barkler as Edna Imade comes on for what is her Bayern debut. I'll tell you more on her in a little bit as this free kick comes in. Who's there to meet it? Blumenberg first and loose ball. Closed down by Balisaya. Did just enough to put off a quick snapshot from Blumenberg, but Freiburg desperately trying to keep the chance alive here. They are being forced all the way backwards, but that's a lovely turn. Vorbian twisting, turning, but again does end up having to retreat. Mahmutovic to Balisaya. 15 shots that Bayern have racked up. She's had 2 of them, and arguably should have scored with both, the Danish centre-back. Tanikawa just rise the challenge from Felder. Lovely footwork to get past Blumenberg. Wants the foul not given because, oh, well, Stanway was still in possession, but the referee has now brought it back. Nemi Breyer hasn't really had to interject herself into proceedings too often. Interesting as well, just to note the shift in tactics from Bayern, or formation at least, since Bühler's come off. It looks like Damjanovic is now playing as a left winger, and it is indeed the debutante Edna Imade, 25-year-old Spaniard with Nigerian roots, signed from Bayern in the summer but was left on loan with Granada in Spain. But when Lea Schuller was signed by Man United, Bayern brought the move forward. And Amade arrived at the club with a pretty sterling record of 13 goals in 15 appearances for Granada, including a hat-trick and a 5-5 draw against Atletico Madrid in her final game for the club. And again, Bayern could face Atletico Madrid for a second time this season in the quarter-finals of the Women's Champions League. That was a loose ball forward, easily dealt with by Lisa Karl. One of those players that's been with Freiburg for so long, 13 years and counting, Lisa Karl. Greta Stegemann's been there for almost a decade. Merit Felder nearing on 7 years with the club now. Freiburg, one of those wonderful homes for footballers where they can feel so comfortable. Away from the bright lights and the big headlines of bigger clubs, expectations. Realistic for a club like Freiburg. Oh, that's given away. Imade! Imade! with what might be her first touch as a Bayern München player. But at the very least, it's a goal on her debut. Off the bench in the second half. Barely has a sniff at goal, but she strikes into the bottom corner to probably put this game beyond Freiburg's reach. What a killer finish here from Edna Imade. It was loose in midfield, and then that back pass from Majuko was loose. And Imade from there, I mean, didn't even hesitate. One thought on her mind, and buries it past Benkart in a way that none of her Bayern players, other than Pernilla Harder, had managed to before tonight. Welcome to the Frauen-Bundesliga. Welcome to Bayern München, Edna Imade. What an introduction. Now, I cannot guarantee that this is correct, but I do believe that was Edna Imade's first touch as a Bayern player. Because having come off the bench, I don't think she's touched the ball. And if that is, I mean, that is an absolutely ridiculous story in the context of this game. Confirmation of, I think it was just over 6,700 fans at the Dreisam-Stadion. At half-time, there would have been a lot of hope that maybe they could cause another upset. But Edna Imade, with her first touch as a Bayern player, has just snuffed out those hopes with a sensational strike. Oh, football, it's a brilliant and beautiful game, isn't it? See there at the bottom of your screen, Freiburg with another change at the ready, hearing that it is going to be Merit Felder who makes way for Elena Bientz. It feels like, oh, I hold a thought, because Imade's on the ball and we all know what she can do in a blink of an eye. But what I was going to say, it's a bit of a shame that Freiburg really came out with this courageous start to the second half and it never quite maintained. And now, Gwyn with the chance. Dalman makes it 4-1. Linda Dalman, she set up Bayern's first tonight and she might just have scored their final. Either way, they are now breathing very comfortably, the Bavarian powerhouses. Set to go 9 points clear at the top of the Frauen-Bundesliga. Gwyn went for the cheeky finish. Dalman went for the more routine. Back to basics, but it is now a scoreline that feels harsh on Freiburg. Doesn't feel like it's truly reflective of their efforts, but I think it's fair to say it is reflective of Bayern's dominance. Damjanovic and Stanway are going to get an early exit and a bit of well-earned rest, as Alara and Ariana Caruso are coming on for Bayern for the final 10 minutes and change. See Katharina Naschenweng maybe getting her warm-up gear off, fresh from signing a contract extension until 2028. And that's it. While there was the bad news of Lea Schuler joining Manchester United, a move that took a few by surprise. And of course, Georgia Stanway then announcing that she's going to leave the club in the summer. There is good news because there have been a healthy amount of contract extensions recently. Momoko Tanikawa, Zara Tsadrasil, Pernilla Harder and Magdalena Eriksson, Glodis Vigårdsdottir, and most recently Katharina Naschenweng, all committing their futures to the club. So Bayern doing a lot of good work behind the scenes as well as out on the pitch. It's why they are now the dominant force in German women's football. Wolfsburg have been well and truly usurped, and I think that point is going to be underlined once again this season, because Wolfsburg 6 points adrift at the start of play, 9 points adrift after tonight. And yes, they will have a game in hand after their game against Bremen in Bremen has been postponed. But there is already a feeling that with Bayern looking almost unfallible, that only Bayern can beat themselves now. Wolfsburg could go perfect for the rest of the season, and it still wouldn't be enough, potentially. Bayern do face Wolfsburg, match day 19, in the Autostadt, so in a couple of weeks' time. Win that game, and it really is game over in the title race, you have to think. Impossible to escape the feeling that it's game over here. Ina Mahmutovic will be relieved that her mistake in the first half didn't prove more costly and give Freiburg a platform for a more positive result. But there we see just the slim pickings that Freiburg have had to work with. 3 shots on goal, 2 on target, and let's not forget those 2 on target both came within 30 seconds right at the end of the first half. Svenja Fumli had her initial shot saved, Lisa Kolb on the follow-up, and other than that they've produced 1 effort on goal. And for all the endeavour, for all the work rate, for all the ground covered, for all the discipline and defence, that's just not good enough for a team against Bayern to want to take a share of the spoils. And Freiburg are nowhere close to being in lucky punch territory anymore at 4-1 down. If anything, their confidence has been shaken. Bayern still showing the hunger for more goals. Their incredible goal-scoring form continues, make that 56 in their last 13 games. Bayern now sitting pretty at 4-1 up, as they are sitting pretty at the summit of the standings. Are going to make 2 more changes, and Naschenweng, who we did see taking her warm-up gear off earlier, is coming on. So too is Bernadette Amani. She made her Bayern debut in that 3-0 win off the bench against Leipzig, the Ivory Coast national team captain, and she's going to come on for the closing exchanges here. Momoko Tanikawa coming off, as is Franziska Kett. I think it's fair to say that Barkele's substitutions tonight do have one eye on that midweek game against Karzai Siena. Whether it goes ahead or not, Bayern have to prepare as if it's going to. Matt Schneider, pass to vertical, and Bierkoltz was offside anyway. Now Selina Vorbian makes way for Freiburg as Greta Stegemann, another of the Freiburg Academy graduates, comes off the bench, as mentioned earlier, approaching a decade at the club. Greta Stegemann, 134 appearances, including this one off the bench tonight. And a quote that you'll hear from many a Freiburg player, one that Greta Stegemann mentioned when she signed a contract extension at the end of February in 2025, was that Freiburg has become a second home to her. Oh, Harder taken out. Oh, that was a foul. Nia Zen can protest, but she completely floored Harder, and not in a fair manner. Unfortunately for Freiburg, this is a missed opportunity, albeit it was against the odds, because a win tonight would have moved them up to third place. And they were producing top 3 form at the start of this season, but consistency has been a struggle either side of the new year, and that battle with consistency continues tonight. After the win against Hamburg, they're back to losing ways now. All is not lost in that bid for a top 3 finish, because it is so tight at the top of the Frauen-Bundesliga, behind the top 2. Though again, I mean, Wolfsburg, I'll go back to the point I've made on more than one occasion this season. Wolfsburg are winning games, but they are not looking convincing, and all it takes is a couple of those results not to go their way, and all of a sudden the door opens for a team to pit them to second place. Though right now they've got a healthy 9-point lead over Leverkusen with a game in hand, it's worth noting as well. And so really it does feel like first and second are decided. Third place is up for grabs. Frankfurt were, of course, the favourites, but if we're talking about Freiburg's lack of consistency, well, that's been the story of Eintracht Frankfurt's season in a rather shocking way, actually. It's left the door wide open, and as a result, right now, you've got 4 points separating Köln in 8th and Leverkusen in 3rd. Daumann's pass doesn't quite find its way through to Alara, who would have been through on goal and one-on-one with Laura Benkart had it. And there is the chance. One that you pretty much hear at the end of every Bayern game right now. Deutscher Meister, nur der FCB. Translated, that means German champions, only FCB. FC Bayern. And again, last season, 3 Frauen-Bundesliga titles won in a row. 6th title in the single division Frauen-Bundesliga era that began in 1997. Frankfurt, I should say Erste FFT Frankfurt and Wolfsburg are the record title holders, the joint record title holders with 7 titles each. And Bayern do have 7 German championships to their name if you go back to the founding of Germany's top tier, which dates back to 1974. But if you do that, then the now defunct Bergisch Gladbach are actually the team that hold the status of record title holders, because they have 9 titles dating back to 1974. They're just not in a position to win any more. And so you've got to think Bayern will be eyeing up becoming joint record title holders in the Frauen-Bundesliga era, but they'll be looking to become the joint record title holders all time in a couple of seasons if they can. Right now, concern for Julia Gwynn, who's picked up a knock, and it's worth pointing out that Bayern have used all of their substitutions so far as well. So while it won't make a huge impact on the game, there's a chance they'll be reduced to 10 women for the closing exchanges here. Oh, no, wait. Let me correct myself. Freiburg have used all 5 of their changes. Bayern have only used 4. So fear not, Bayern fans. There will be no woman advantage for the home side to enjoy for the dying embers of this game. Hearing that there are going to be 4 minutes of time added on at the end of the 90. Four more minutes of a foregone conclusion at this point. Though it was anything but before the game, and it was anything but at half-time. And while Bayern haven't been at their blistering best tonight, they did find a way to shift up a gear in the second half. And they've, as a result, produced 3 goals unanswered. And to be their 15th win of the season in their 16th match. Don't forget, this is matchday 17, but their game against Jena was postponed. As now, Nash and Weng. Oh, never really committed to the situation. That would have been a wonderful way to cap off a week which has seen her extend her contract to 2028. The chance was there, but look, she just seems to stop running at full pace. Maybe it's a different story if it's still 1-1. And again, given her history with injuries recently, maybe that's just playing in the back of her mind somewhat. Again, a moment that will have no bearing on proceedings. In behind go Bayern with Julia Gwynn, who seems to have recovered from that knock. Couldn't pick out a teammate with the cutback. Then again, Bayern are exactly trying to play to the peak of their powers now with this game winding down. Freiburg certainly made life difficult for Bayern defensively, but in being more ambitious and courageous in the second half, there were 3 more gaps for Bayern to exploit at the back, and exploit them they did. That is the quality that this Bayern side have. They can find goals from anyone, from anywhere, and Dahlmann now turns the corner. Darting run, looking for Harder. Still on for a hat-trick, but I don't think she's going to get it tonight. Nietzek. Got the cross or the shot all wrong there, whichever one she was going for, but now Matt Schneider. Perhaps a touch too intricate there from Freiburg, where they just needed to be more route one. Neat play by Imade, and that's one of the first missteps we've seen from Ingeborg Ziodadottir tonight. The Icelandic centre-back. Got beaten by a little burst of pace and decided it was better to take out the woman than risk letting her break beyond. League leaders Bayern München remain the unbeatables in the 25-26 season as they raise the curtain on Matchday 17 with a 4-1 win that looks far more comfortable than it was for the 3-time defending champions. Freiburg made life as difficult as possible. They found the lucky punch on the stroke of half-time, but Bayern raised their game after the restart and moved 9 points clear at the top of the Frauen-Bundesliga. Pernille Harder with 2 of the 4 goals tonight as she moves on to 9 for the season. She certainly laid the foundation for Bayern to capitalise on Wolfsburg's game against Bremen being postponed and the chance to go 9 points clear at the summit. Freiburg in the first half gave a good account of themselves, but in the second, Bayern were just that bit better. And Jose Barcola and company are firmly on course for a 4th straight title. Edna Imade gets a wonderful moment, her first touch of a ball as a Bayern player, and she gets her first goal on her debut, no less. What a lovely little subplot at the end of what was a sensational game to raise the curtain on the weekend's action here at the Dreisamstadion. If Bayern have a bogey team, it's Freiburg. If they have a bogey stadium, it's this one. But tonight, they managed to avoid an upset, and after back-to-back 2-2 draws here in the Black Forest, they find a route to victory. A 4-1 win. And in the end, it looked relatively comfortable. Daumann, one of the players of the game, 1 goal, 1 assist to her name. Clara Bühl with another impressive performance against her former side, albeit without any goal involvement. Pernilla Harder, of course, with 2 goals to her name.